Good morning. Sup, players? Happy Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Tech Problem Tuesday, whatever kind of Tuesday we're going to be having. Hello, and welcome, my friends. I am glad to see y'all. It is good to be here. It has been so long since I've seen you all. How is my foot? Okay, so for those of y'all who I told y'all I was going to go live when I got home last night after the weekend so that we could just kind of chat for a little bit. It didn't happen. And I will tell you why. So I love beach life. I do love beach life. I love beach life so much. However, sometimes beach life can be dangerous. And when we were out on the boat Saturday, we went to the island and I stepped on a sea urchin. Hold on, you want to see? Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, I'll show you pictures. I stepped on a sea urchin. So I ended up in the emergency room. Hold on, I posted a picture of it a second ago because people were asking me to see it. This is fun. This is fun. It's fun. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is the, so these are the, so if y'all don't know what a sea urchin looks like, hold on, we can pull that up too. I'll show you what a sea urchin looks like. They're fun. It's fine. Open image. Here we go. This is what a sea urchin looks like. They are beautiful creatures. However, all of those little, where'd it go? All of those little black things ended up in my foot. So, and you can't see, there's some over here too. So they ended up, so this is, we ended up in the urgent care, emergency room, whatever, emergency room. And I have to be on crutches. They couldn't get them all out. So I have like stuff I have to put, I have to soak my foot. And then I have this salve stuff that, so when y'all see me looking down in a minute, it's because I haven't wrapped my foot yet this morning. But I have this salve stuff I have to put on there that's supposed to help draw the spines out. So, oh, that's one that I got out last night. That's one that, so I just sit there with my tweezers and I go back and forth between putting the drawing salve on there and then soaking it in hot water. They say as hot as you can stand it because it helps the toxins. It helps to neutralize the toxins from them. So, does it still hurt? Yes. Yes, it still hurts really bad. But that's okay. You know, there are worse problems to have, right? There are worse problems to have. I need to swap this because this is not going to be, this is, here, let me do this. Let me just change this stuff around. And we're back at the house now. Which means you get the defendant view. Gonna see how this goes. Oops. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. There we go. So you get defendant view. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, fun times, right?
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
I'm hearing voices. I don't mind hearing voices as long as y'all hear them too and I'm not crazy.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
We'll just mute it until we're ready for it though, because Who needs Tech Problem Tuesday? Right? Who needs it? Hold on. Let me swap browsers too, because I think Google Chrome is the one that freezes so much. So let me put it on different one. Let's see. I have to move stuff around. It's like every time I come back, you know, then it's like I've been at the condo for a couple weeks, and now it's like coming back and then relearning another computer all over again. Tech Problem Tuesday. It's not really a problem yet. Just fixing a couple little things. Because I like to have, let's see, volume boosted and all that good stuff. There you go. Now, there we go. Okay. There's nothing going on yet anyway. Since we had such a long weekend, I had to crochet the Twilight movies instead of cord. Oh, well, crocheting to the Twilight movies sounds fun as well. I'm going to get our Zoom over here and ready too. There we go. We got everything ready. We are ready. We are ready. I found it that day. So y'all try. You found it at 7-Eleven, the buffalo chicken rollers. I have to be honest, it was disgusting. Sorry, Brandi. It's a log-shaped chicken nugget with a spicy outside, not crispy, and the chicken was questionable. The chicken is questionable. There's no doubt about that. But if the outside wasn't crispy, then you didn't have it made properly. But yes, you are correct in that the chicken is questionable. There's also tofu in there. I've seen the ingredients, but I still love them. I still love them. You can buy the chicken rollers by the box at QT. You just have to ask them. Oh my gosh. Guess who's Googling the closest QT as soon as we finish here today? Me. I got to read and finish Ashley's book. How did you like it? Everybody is talking about that. Don't give anything away because I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So as soon as court is done and I have a break, that's going to be my beach read. So don't give anything away. But I've heard that like the ending is great. But don't give anything away. I gotta fix. See, you know how I get all my settings like all figured out, and then I change houses, and then it's all one. Save, update settings. Check problem Tuesday. General camera. Hold on. There we go.
But now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there if we could.
Okay.
Already? Already? Already. I'm so surprised they're already at sidebar. JK, we knew it was coming. Yes, automatic sidebar. We could not begin with anything but a sidebar. Is it even a day in court if we don't begin with a sidebar? Put this up here. True. True. Not a lot of people in court today. Here, I can move this until they actually start using it. There's a Paul lookalike in the front row. I did not see, but I'll look when they come back. Sup, players? Oh, is that the one you said is Paul lookalike? I could see it. But, you know, also, so many people in Canton have no hair. Like, I think some of it is bald. I think some of them shave them. It's like the look. It's a look. Proctor, Tully, all of these people. Dang it. I just realized I left something at the beach. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe Canton is stressful. I listened to the Dateline pod, and the reporters shared that they felt the vibe of the trial is different than the last in terms of support. What are your thoughts? I think that they're arresting people, and I think that they have everybody scared. So yeah, I think that there are fewer people out there supporting because, you know, it's happening. Did y'all see? I put it in the podcast episode, but the buffer zone. There were 3. Remember on the last thing with the buffer zone, they said that you could apply to have your situation, like if you had some kind of run-in with the buffer zone issues, you could apply to have it reviewed by a judge expeditiously. They did that, and 3 of them did that, and 2 of them, their cases were thrown out. They said that they did not violate buffer zone orders. And then one of them, the one who wore the t-shirt or the hoodie that said Canton is, or Norfolk County is run by criminals or something like that. Was it Norfolk County is, what did it say? Is it Norfolk County is run by criminals or something like that? Anyway, whatever that hoodie was, it was Erica Walsh. Hers was the only one that was not thrown out of those 3. Criminals control Norfolk County. That's what it is. I knew it was something like that. Has anyone seen the TikTok of the man who walked up to Massachusetts law enforcement officers and started roasting them and called one a Trooper Proctor lookalike and they laughed? No, I have not seen that. I'm not on TikTok very often. I have a TikTok and I will put things on there sometimes when I try to remember, but I'm not on it very often. Where's the doggy today? There's Lucy's asleep down here by me, and then Tinsley's asleep over there. They're exhausted. Why so few reporters in the court today? I am not really sure, actually, because these are like coveted seats. So I'm not really sure. Just tuning in, what's happening? Sidebah. Sidebah is what's happening. Already. Here they come with papers. Why do we have papers? What's going on with papers? Because everyone's in New York covering the Diddy trial. My friend Lauren is there covering it. She posted this morning and said who was testifying. Let me see what she said. Let me see what she said. Former assistant and marketing executive Capricorn Clark will take the stand today. I like to see what what the coverage from other people, but I don't know that that is one that I would be able to cover myself. Or I should say, I don't know that it's one that I would intentionally choose to cover myself. Yes, she does. She gives updates on her X account, Twitter, X, whatever. And she also has been doing some on her Instagram. Her X is the main one that she does them on, though. It's Lauren Conlon. Her handle is at Conlon_Lauren. So she's giving some updates. I don't have room in my life for another trial. They're just gonna have to wait until Karen's is over. When they're this involved, it's hard to focus on more than one. So I like to have like, my little updates with things going on here and there, but I can only deep dive one at a time. This is a long sidebar. And prosecution is expected to rest like today or tomorrow, right? So who else do they have to call? They have to call Welcher. Right? And that's the main one that I think we're waiting on, right? Are you going to do the Brian Koberger trial? Yes. Yes. That is going to be my next one. I'm seeing that they might, or that the defense is asking to delay that one now. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Yes, Welcher is from Aperture. So Welcher is the crash reconstructionist. So that is like their next main dude, right? The one who's supposed to be coming and telling us how all of this stuff supposedly happened. So, which is interesting because, it's the one that Brennan has gotten permission from Auntie Bev for Welcher to come back again after goodness gracious, why can't I form words this morning? Medicine hasn't kicked in yet. After Architects testifies, Auntie Bev said that they could have Dr. Welcher come back again after ARCA. Why? I don't know. That's not what rebuttal's supposed to be for, but whatever. See, I looked up Massachusetts law on rebuttal and what's supposed to be admissible. And then I talked to a couple attorneys like, okay, this is the way I'm reading it. Why is this allowed? And the two attorneys that I talked to said the same thing. Like, yeah, I don't think it should be. So. I'm thinking that they are supposed to rest like maybe like today, tomorrow, Thursday. Don't we have a off day on Thursday? I'm pretty sure we do. I think that's what she said last week. Have you ever watched The Lincoln Lawyer? If you have, you're the real life Lorna. I have seen that. I saw the movie first, and then I saw that there were books, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to read the books. And then I never did read them. And I saw that now there's the TV show. I've seen a little bit of it. Yeah. I love it. Something's going down at the sidebar. Let me see if I can get any updates. Not that anybody can say what's going on at the sidebar, but just that there's a lengthy sidebar. Wake me up for my nap when sidebar is over. You want me to go psst? Psst. Hanks witnessed it. Well, it was Alessi who asked for the sidebar. but I don't know why. I sure do wish they'd tell us these things. Is The Lincoln Lawyer based on the book? Read it years ago. It was really good. Yes. Yes. And I saw the movie, and then what was it? Matthew McConaughey, right? Was in the movie. And then they came out with the series, and I've seen the series too. It's really good. I love stuff like that. This week is last of prosecution. That's what they're saying. They said that they were expecting them to rest their case early this week. Will Higgins and Proctor not be called? The prosecution is not planning on calling them. So if they're going to be called, it's going to have to be, I think it's going to have to be done by the defense. Yeah, my face is a little sunburnt. Can you see it's red? Only from here down. And on the side right here where the sun was hitting it. So yes, I am splotchy and peeling. And my foot's falling off. Everything's fine. Yeah, Auntie Bev received an award. There was an awards it's like some kind of ceremony or something. I don't know if it's an award ceremony, but there was an award there. I saw the flyer and I saw the stuff on there. Take care of your foot during sidebar. I know, I'm about to. I need to get my, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I got it. I saw that the mass bar dinner that was like Aperture was like one of the main sponsors or whatever. What happened to your foot? I stepped on a sea urchin. If you rewind like for a second while we're in sidebar, if you rewind to kind of like towards the beginning, I showed the picture of the like what a sea urchin looks like and what what my foot looks like now. I sour it. Hello. Hello. Yes, I stepped on a sea urchin. It was not fun. So now I've got some of those spines in my foot. Well, it looks like now some of the other media are coming in. There's Christina Rex. Jury is not in the courtroom yet. Four hours of waiting, 3 hours of trial. That's pretty accurate. Who else does the Commonwealth have to call? We have Dr. Welcher. Who else that we think that they're going to call do we have to hear from? Dr. Welcher is the only main one I can think about that they haven't called yet. Like, I guess because he's the one that we keep hearing about that they're going to be calling. We know they're not going to, we know he's not going to call Proctor or Higgins or Brian Albert or any of them. Welcher's really the last main one that, the Sullivan sisters. He did say that he was going to, that he wanted to introduce all that nonsense, which I think would be a mistake because it's just, it turns it into like a mean girl gossip trial instead of a murder trial. And I think it's a mistake to bring them in, but I'm not an attorney. I have 0 days of law school. Yes, that is Karen Reed's brother. Is Karen Reed a millionaire? No. Actually, to pay for her defense, I think, didn't she have, like, she had to like cash in her 401k and sell her house and all that kind of stuff. Will we hear from the plow driver again? The defense is planning on calling Lucky, I believe. So. They're not taking payment. Some of the attorneys are not, but keep in mind that they still have like experts that they have to pay for and, you know, investigators and all that kind of stuff. So even if some of her attorneys are not taking what they would normally be taking, or even if they're not taking anything at all, they would still be, the defense would still, I mean, it still costs a good bit. And, you know, they're here for however long, you know, having to stay here, eat here, work here. So, and we've seen how expensive the experts can be. Zero days of law school, but it can still go on my CV, right? Apparently, yes. I'm just going to put on there that I'm still pursuing law school. Good morning. Glad to hear we're ahead of schedule and starting with a lengthy sidebar. It's basically turned into a half day now because we've been at sidebar for almost 40 minutes. Did you see UAB said Shannon with one N has not been a student since 2019? I did see that, and here's my issue with that. Here's my issue with that. He said that when he turned in his CV in 2023 and it had a graduation date of 2024, that was his expected graduation date. But how is that your expected graduation date if you weren't even in school at that time and you weren't enrolled and hadn't been enrolled in a couple years? So how could that would be like me saying like, yeah, I expect to graduate, you know, law school in, 2 years, but I'm not currently enrolled and haven't been enrolled. Like, how is that a thing? I've said from the beginning, my issue is not that, like, okay, if it's taking 17 years, it's taking 17 years. You do what you can when you can. I have no issue with that. But my issue is, at what point is it you're still pursuing versus you were pursuing and it's on hold? At what point are we honest with ourselves and swap that over? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The court, well, did it start? When you say start, did it start? No. Jurors are still waiting. Oh, and then then they're going to come back and then we're going to go to recess and then we're going to come back and then she's going to have like the little, talk that she does with the jurors about like where she gives them the kindergarten teacher smile. And she's like, every time, we have to do this. We're just doing this for you. Thank you, jurors. We appreciate it. We are here. We do these sidebars because we have to get, all of our stuff together so that we can make this easier for you. And then she'll do that. And then she'll do that smile, the kindergarten teacher smile. And then, yeah. And then we'll have 4 minutes of testimony, a few objections, and then we'll go to lunch. Did court start? Define start. I'm gonna need a Webster's dictionary. Sorry, jurors. Every now and then we have things to do. My bad. Sup, players. It is a kindergarten teacher smile, isn't it? Is this court hiring? I'm down for the paid breaks. Maybe. Every now and then I get a lit. Stop singing, Brandi. Oh, we have a new list. Morning recess. Just joking. I'm assuming since the camera's up, they're bringing in the jurors now. Hopefully. Other than my foot, did I have a good little break? Yes. Yes. It was amazing. So I stayed up all night Thursday night finishing the podcast episode so that I could have it done Friday morning. And then I had a couple things that I had to do on Friday for work, and then the rest of the time I didn't do any work at all, and it was amazing. It was my first weekend off in a while, and it was lovely. Much needed. Much needed. I'm late for a very important date. I just found out that Buchanan was the jury supervisor for the first trial. Buchanan was not the jury supervisor for the first trial. The jury supervisor was a court officer. They did have Fanning was like the head of, I can't remember what title he had, but he wasn't like a jury supervisor. But no, Buchanan had nothing to do with the jury. Fanning was like, what they call him? What was his title? That they like the head of something or other. I can't remember what they. Hold on, let me look and see if I can. Fanning, head of something, security, court security, something or other. Commander of Extensive Security Operations. Commander of Extensive Security Operations. And that was supposed to be like apparently all of the different security stuff that they had going on with the whole trial or something like that. We're just gonna watch OnlyFans all day. They're still not saying anything yet, and the Zoom is still not active yet. Oh, great. So now we're going into recess. Yep. Great. Okay. We're going into at 9:43, they called a recess. So 20 to 30-minute recess. I don't know what's going on. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what else we got going on. The supplemental list of witnesses, the defense is going to call, for the sole purpose of authenticating records. Matthew Coleman from Quincy, Michael Erico from Canton, Nicholas David White from Milton, and Jonathan Diamandis from Milton. So these are for the sole purpose of authenticating records. Good to see OnlyFan again. Did y'all miss him? Or her? Or it? Let's see. Authenticating records. Those are always quick ones. Rewind to see the foot. Ouch. Yeah, they gave me a tetanus shot. And then now I just have to try to get them out little by little. I'm trying to see if I can find out what records they're authenticating. Let's see. It looks like I see a Matthew Coleman. see one that works with the Massachusetts Department of Revenue. And I see one that's a property manager. So we'll see. Oh, here, I can put it on a banner because court is currently on recess. There we go. Get some, is that what this is? This is some kind of drawing salve. Highlands, Prid, whatever. This is what I have. Is the Commonwealth expected to rest today? Well, who knows? Because we haven't even got to get started today because you know, we're just waiting. We're just waiting. At this rate, they will rest by Christmas, maybe. Oh boy. Yeah, nothing really else. I mean, there's not a whole lot that they can say because we're not allowed to know what's going on in sidebars. So even when I try to like look and see what everybody inside the courtroom is saying, it's still not giving us a whole lot of information. That's okay. My tattoos, this one, it says, she is clothed in strength and dignity. On recess, nothing has happened yet. Correct. There's a long sidebar, and then we've all just sat here waiting since then. Yeah, they said I saw 20 to 30 minutes, so I don't know. It's been 84 years. The ceiling fan is presenting a better case in the Commonwealth so far. Well, you know, I can't lie. Let's do a poll. Because we know that they say that we're getting close to the end of the Commonwealth's case. Do you think the Commonwealth will be able to wrap it up with Dr. Welcher to prove their case beyond We'll do a poll. I think maybe Dr. Welcher wants to pull out since his theory is based on Burgess. Just a thought. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these witnesses wanted to pull out of this. It's such a crazy, crazy case. My sister-in-law said, this court gets more recess than my homeschooled kids. Yes. Yes. Miracle Whip works on sea urchin injuries. First of all, I don't believe you. Second of all, if it does, that's the only proper use for Miracle Whip. That's it. That's the only thing you could actually use it for. And 86% of our chat knows that, according to our poll last week. Let's see. If you had to trade places during cross with either, oh, okay, that's a good one. Here, let's do that. We'll just do our own thing while we're waiting on them. We'll just do a bunch of weird polls. Y'all know I love a weird poll. Okay. If you had to trade places on cross with one, Buchanan. Okay. I forgot that was one of the Facebook questions. If you haven't already, can you tell the Tiki Hut story? That was a question to get in the Facebook group, and I have not heard that story. So I forgot that was one of those questions. So I took Lucy on a walk one morning, and there's like these little tiki huts out on the beach where the guys will like sit in there or whatever, and they're like the ones that like rent the jet skis out and stuff like that. But their little tiki huts just kind of sit there overnight and whatever. And Lucy and I walked out there one morning, and there was some romance happening in the tiki hut. And so awkward. And then isn't that the same morning that I accidentally DoorDashed my coffee to my kids' condo instead of mine? My kid lives like a couple floors down. And so and he uses my DoorDash account. So I needed coffee and didn't have time to go get some. So I was like, whatever, I'll just DoorDash some. So I DoorDashed it, but did not realize that he had used it before me. And so it automatically defaulted to go to his condo instead of mine. And he's a couple floors down. So I was like, oh, crap. So I was like, okay, well, I can run down there and get it real quick. So I run down there to get it. And It's like one of the big like Dunkin' Donuts, you know, coffees or whatever, and iced coffee. And somebody thought that I was just stealing his DoorDash because like I went to the door and got it and then like turned around to leave, and like they like got mad thinking that I was like stealing like some rando person's iced coffee. And it was quite the morning. Quite the morning. I almost got the police called on me for stealing somebody's DoorDash that I paid for that just went to the wrong place, and also fornication in a tiki hut. It was quite the morning. And then I had to be live all day trying to act like it wasn't the weirdest morning of all time. Weirdest morning ever. So mind your business. This is my coffee. Okay, yes, I'm getting it and taking it to a different floor, but it's my coffee. Leave me alone. Oh, those were the days. Look, I've always been a mess. It's okay. My life is a mess, but my spreadsheets are not. And that's all that, you know, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Can you explain why we're on recess? Nope. I have no idea. No clue. They didn't tell us. They just came in, went to a really long sidebar, and then now we're on a 20 to 30-minute recess. That needs to be sure. I was like, look away, Lucy. And of course, Lucy's like, you know, Lucy's super nosy. So she wants to know what they're doing over there. I was like, Lucy, turn your little eyeballs. It was so gross. It was so bad. And then it's like, and then I become like that creeper old lady who's like down there by these, you know, it was. And now I've never looked at a tiki hut the same. And then like the sand and whatever, you know what, like young people, do your thing. Anywho, are you going to any live trials? I don't know when the next live one I'm going to go to is. I went to, what was the last live one? Last live one I did with Laurie Shaver. And then I did, of course, Charlie Adelson. The live ones that I do, I don't like the idea of the ones that are 2 or 3, you know, months long live. Lucy learned her nosy from the best of the. That's true. She gets it honest. She gets it honest. What does she gets it honest? It means I'm nosy too. It means I'm just as nosy as she is. And I am her adopted mother, so she gets it from her nosy mother. Because I'm just as nosy. That's why I'm always trying to eavesdrop on the hot mic moments. Sidebar and break. We're working hard today, huh? I wonder what it's about too, because we pretty much went straight into sidebar and then a recess. So camera is shaking. That's usually the sign that they're coming back. They were having relations on the hood of the car. How is that even? Hi, Chase. Chase is my niece. Wait, I'm confused on the poll. It means you had to pick, like, if you had to be the one, like, if you had to trade places and have to deal with going under or going through one of those cross examinations, which one would you go through? Yeah, we just looked at the ones that they're adding. It's the ones that they're adding are for the sole purpose of authenticating records, which is usually pretty quick. Like authenticating records, like remember when the two witnesses that we had that came in, one from Waterfall and one from CF McCarthy's, and they came in and they were like, yep, that's our video. And that was pretty much it. Those are usually the ones that come in to do the authenticating records. Sorry, I'm having to pull something up. Give me 1 second. Perfect day to join late because we've done 0. I'm falling asleep waiting for court to start. Same. Nothing yet. I'm like stalking the reporters. Why are we already in recess? Tech problem Tuesday? I don't know. If you could cross anyone, who would you pick? Like somebody that they're actually calling or somebody that I would call? I think Proctor would be the one if I get to pick somebody that isn't somebody that they would call. I think of the ones that they did call, maybe Buchanan, maybe Jen McCabe. I think. Why are we already at recess? Because Commonwealth didn't properly enter evidence and now it has to be approved. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is that I saw that it looked like somebody had gone to print some stuff out. Maybe that. I don't know. How you have 5 days off and still can't be on time, right? All right, I'm going to end that poll. Let's see who won that one. Most of you said Nuttall, firefighter Nuttall, and then Buchanan, and then Shannon Burgess. Those are the ones that you would take the place of. Like if you had to go through one of those cross examinations, like with you in the hot seat. Yeah, Nuttall would probably be the easiest out of that. And I agree. Burgess would be the worst because that one was so cringy. So cringy. Oh my gosh, if Jim McCabe will write a sequel, if I did, oh gosh. I think you should cross Jim McCabe. I would love to. I have questions. And I could talk to her because I'd be like, I'm just a normal mom too. Have a seat. Let me ask you a few things. Are we coming back? Ask her about the backseat bread. Like, how stale was your backseat bread on a scale of 1 to 10? Also, why do you say it was for your niece and Sarah said it was for the storm?
You are unmuted.
How are we finally back?
I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar again.
But if not, open, you may be seated.
Mm. This is great. This is great. This is great. We'll just wait right here. Don't mind us. She's going to come back and tell us it's lunchtime. This is great. I just opened my bag of Chex Mix to prepare for jury duty. I love Chex Mix. Who's that underneath me? This is supposed to be Zoom, but they haven't even started it. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Any buffalo rollers on a trip back? No. I had to go without. But we did get euros for supper last night, so at least there's that. I'd have gone to work if I'd have known this was going to happen, right? Ooh, I just got a questionnaire from federal grand jury for jury duty in Tampa. Oh, they would not allow me to be on a jury duty. But I would love it. Did you wrap your foot yet? You have time? No, because I've been trying to like touch. I will. I'm ready to do it. I was just trying to wait for somebody to get on the stand so that y'all could be occupied a little bit so that I could actually have time to wrap my foot. But it's like, it's never going to happen. We're just going to live here forever. And I have to open this because now I'm out. What hurt worse, a jellyfish or sea urchin? Sea urchin for sure. But also, I've never been stung by the like the pink meanies. Those hurt a lot worse than the other ones. And like a man of war, those are like, I've never been stung by one of those, thank goodness, because those are like super, super terrible. So for me, sea urchin hurt worse, but also that's because the worst of the jellyfish I have not been stung by. So getting my foot wrap ready. Today's going to be a half day. It pretty much basically is a half day at this point because we've been here for almost an hour and a half and zero has happened. It's very exciting. Very, very exciting. Do we know if the jury ever entered? I think.
Oh, great, great.
There's the.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. All right, so we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What dear? Because the jury's not there right now.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, the Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation, how many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, for voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162-2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
So
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at Sidebar. No, they can come in.
Boy, well, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? So they just did this voir dire outside the presence of the jury. So it appears as though the PowerPoint presentation that he did, he has made some changes on it based on this, like literally in the middle of trial. Again, we have one of the experts making changes in the middle of trial based on stuff that Burgess came out with in his report that was changed in the middle of trial. Oh, where does this where does this happen? This doesn't happen anywhere else. It doesn't happen anywhere else. And he says that it brings his time closer to the time on Ian Whiffin's report. There's more people in the press box now. But he says that his time range was in that range anyway. Mess.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the
Gordon's
coffee
fine.
and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
Oh my gosh. Off to a great start.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array or intra-articular pressure measurement, in vitro human lumbar spine, intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
This is going well.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by an engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test. theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job is to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
No dog in the
Presently,
fight.
you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case for another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office,
Okay.
and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Same. It'll echo in the neighborhood sometimes.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's Phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then, of course, I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Okay. All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. West, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly.
Huh.
Here we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. Again,
I have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road, because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
He seems more of like a gold.
So just
star.
continuing on,
You're doing
so
right.
what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the backside of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points and knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, it's exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally 2 types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The TechStream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the TechStream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction, because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the TechStream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the TechStream data.
The TechStream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The TechStream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new TechStream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in a computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Sir,
Okay.
sir.
So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that?
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where?
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see.
Oh boy.
So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I
interrupt,
am
but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone. Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at .154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A.
This is what's wild to me, that they're able to bring all this in and like during trial.
Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B?
Looks like they're about to go to sidebar.
Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll call.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? I'm trying so hard to pay attention, but this is like the Monday is Tuesday ever, and this guy is super boring. And also a lot of it is stuff that, you know, we already kind of know what he's going to be saying. And the way he explains things, he is just not my cup of tea. But, you know, it's all right. So the whole thing that he's going through here, that whole, all of that stuff. So they have the mileage that's reported in the car, right? So he's saying, when they were going through the maps, he's like, okay, there are 36 more miles on the car now than there were during that trigger event they're looking at. So he's saying, okay, so we went on Google Maps and we were like, hey, we think she went here and here. You know, when she left John O'Keefe's house, she went to Waterfall, and then she went to Jim McCabe's, and then she went back there, and then she drove out to Dighton. So they're figuring out the mileage on all of those different routes to add it up, and it didn't come to 36. It came to like 38 or something, but that's why he's saying, like, you know, this was kind of, they don't know where she went. A lot of, you know, some of that stuff was just kind of, you know, based on some of it she did know, like obviously they didn't know she went to John O'Keefe's, they didn't know she went to Dighton, but some of it, you know, they don't know where she went and like what route she took and all that stuff. So they have to kind of like guess at some of that. So that was the whole thing about the clocks. And then they're trying to match the routes that she took and the miles that are on the car to the mileage difference from when the car was brought into the Sallyport. So they can say, hey, there were this many miles on the car at the time of this trigger event, which would put this trigger event with that, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what they're going through for that. And then the whole clock difference thing. Now we're getting into him saying, yes, there's a clock difference on John O'Keefe's phone and the SUV, clock drift, et cetera, whatnot. But now he's saying, you know, before we didn't have the information that could narrow that down. Now we have it because us experts are still doing stuff as we're going through trial. No big deal. Totally normal. And now we have it. And now we want to give it to the jury. So unrelated to this testimony, but all the DNA chat last week had me thinking of Zootopia. It's in our Dunna. Pretty sure it's DNA. Don't tell me what I know, Travis. He won't be this confident on cross. Unless he will be. Unless he will be. So we'll see. So he's about to, I guess, go over the information. Here's the thing. My deal with the timeline stuff, the timeline is of course a problem, which they've done everything they can to make it not a problem anymore. But y'all have heard me say this a million times. My biggest problem with everything has always been, how do you make those injuries and that car damage line up? That's what I need to know. Aside from just the ridiculousness that is this investigation, aside from that, I have questions on the, those injuries and that car damage and being able to make those work with each other has been one of the things that has confused me from the beginning. And I remember saying before we actually got like really into this, I remember saying like, oh, I wonder if they're going to try to make this work, they would have to basically, or not even if they're going to make this work, if they're going to show us how this works, then they would have to pretty much show us that, maybe the car ran over him and something underneath the car did that to the, to his arm or something. Like it would have to be something like that, but that didn't happen. They tested for blood. That didn't happen. So the whole thing has been, and then when we got the crash daddies up there saying, like, nope, that's not possible. That's not, we did all this testing and none of that works. And you can't deny the science and the physics. And then, talking about the arm, like, okay, if you hit the arm, and when the crash daddies were explaining, like, no, that's on a hinge. You can't just like hit the arm and then propel out. It would, like, the way that they explained all the physics stuff about how that doesn't work, that made sense to me because it was also a question I had. So they're working really hard to make this timeline thing, work, which is fine. I know that's part of it. But what I need to hear is not necessarily lining up this tech stream data to Ian Whiffen, because apparently that's what Aperture does now. I need to hear them explain to me how those injuries happen. Like something more than just the crime scene spoke to me and it just did and stuff. If you missed the last trial, that was the last. It was a mess. But that's what I need to hear. Well, they try to say that the glass in the road gave John those dog bites. Well, remember in the last trial, they tried to say it was that dimpled, they used the word dimpled, that dimpled taillight. And they're like, yeah, it scratched it. That dimpled taillight is the taillight that's like inside of that. So that's not even what would have hit him anyway. Like the fact that, here's the problem. When you keep changing what you said happened every time somebody points out how your theory doesn't make sense, that's the issue. That's the issue. If you are able to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt, that's when you should take it to trial, right? And if you can't do that, then you're not supposed to take it to trial. And if you have to keep changing it, that means you haven't done a great job at moving it. You shouldn't have to keep changing it to make it work. So I don't know. Yeah, the bigger issue is that Bev lets them keep changing their theory even mid-trial. I know, right? It's crazy to me. But I think she's made up her mind. She doesn't like the defense. She doesn't, you know. I could be wrong. That's what I think.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we
Sure.
can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess, another time to answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T, or the trigger, in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period, and then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21:23:38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, so this is the whole thing about now he's saying that it's 21 to 29 seconds. This is information they didn't have before. This is the stuff that came in as of May 8th, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all of this is for that 3-point turn. The 3-point turn when they missed turning on Fairview and then they were on Cedar Crest, whatever. They missed turning on Fairview. They went down a little ways, did a 3-point turn and came back and then turned on Fairview Road going south. All of this is for that. That was the first trigger event on the 1162 key cycle. Now they're going to talk about the second event on the 1162 key cycle, which they say is the backup event where she backed up her car. And it's the one that they say that she backed up her car and hit him. So. Does his dater say what time the Lexus ran out of blinker fluid? That's on a different report. Different dater report. Totally different dater. My stomach is growling so loud. I don't know if y'all can hear that. It shouldn't be. I ate breakfast. If you hear it, just ignore. It's fine. It's fine. And Brandi, your spreadsheet's way better. Thank you. Thank you. I do love a good spreadsheet. He keeps saying some idea. He is reading what is written and not explaining. He's clueless. She can't go negative MPH. That's one of the things that I love a good expert witness who does a great job explaining, even the technical stuff. I love it when we get a good and I think that's why people loved the Crash Daddy so much too, because they are going over technical stuff, but also they built a cannon, but also they did such a great job explaining it. And I love that. If you can't get up there and be engaging while going over technical stuff, a lot of times I think that the experts can, like, everything they say can get lost. So I think, but what do I know? I'm still working on my expert degree. Is today? Sorry, guys. Is today a half day? Today is supposed to be a full day. I think we are supposed to have a half day on Thursday, I believe. Who is the guy in the blue suit? I am not sure, but he doesn't look thrilled or engaged. Of course, who is going through all this? This is not a very engaging expert, in my opinion. I would expect to see a video reenactment from an expert showing how it could have occurred. I think that without having that, it's going to be really hard to really picture it, you know? Because that's been one of my biggest problems in the beginning. There were so many things like in the beginning that really brought my attention to this. Like the Google search was one of the first things that I was like, wait a minute, what? But then over time, that's one of those things that has been just not that important to me personally. And I know that with some people it still is, you know, you never know what, like different jurors will latch on to different things. For me, it's one of those things that has not been a make or break thing. The injuries and the investigation have been the two make or break things for me. So, hey advocate, who are these new guys with the O'Keefes? I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen them before in here. That I can remember. We're all going to wake up when Alessia gets up to the podium. Yeah, we'll all be like, I feel like it'll be like we're in trouble again, you know. The 47 pieces of taillight does it for me. It's a lot of taillight. A lot of taillight. Have you stated your feelings on Karen Reed, guilty or not? Yeah, I mean, I've said pretty much from the beginning, like there's no way that I could convict. There's way too much reason.
I'll give you a 10-minute break because we went right through. So 10-minute break and then we'll go again.
Jurors, right this way.
10-minute break.
Please rise for the jury.
I'm assuming they're probably going to be.
Dr. Welcher, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
We just live on break. We live on break. It's what we do. It's what we do. Oh, mozzarella sticks sound really good. I'm gonna go eat my luncheon on break and then put some more lotion on my face because I'm peeling. Deal with all my injuries. What better luncheon? They are not at Sidebahs now. Here, I'll change the banner. Now we're doing a morning brunch and recess for 10 minutes. Why? We don't know. Didn't they go over all this when they were first arguing about whether or not this should be allowed in? What could they possibly still be arguing about? Yes. Yes. But, you know, they find things to argue about. So. And also, he's sitting here saying, you know, he's sitting here saying that the Lexus clock and John O'Keefe's phone have a 21 to 29 second variance, which is something that he did not, like that wasn't in his report. That was in this new stuff that now Burgess has come up with. And so it's literally like the two most important witnesses for their entire case are just like swapping their stuff up at the end like, hey, don't mind us. Don't mind us. Just making this align a little bit better. Can the defense violate the sequestration order now? No, only the Commonwealth's allowed to break all the rules without getting in trouble by Bev. Allegedly. And ARCA isn't allowed to bring in new data, correct? So the it's not really, so ARCA's not bringing in new data. They were allowed to do new stuff, as in new from the last trial. Basically like a rebuttal on this guy. So the stuff that this guy has in his report, the 141 page PowerPoint or whatever, the ARCA witnesses, once they were released from their, not sequestration, what was it? Where the government wasn't, like the feds weren't letting them talk to anybody about anything outside of just what they had already done and testify about what they had already done and what they were hired for and all that. That was released because they were no longer under that contract with the feds. So yes, gag order, thank you. So they were no longer under that. So that means, okay, because think about it like this. Okay, so like let's say you're the feds, right? And you hire ARCA to do this testing to see what's really going on because you're looking at this case or whatever, and nobody knows that you're looking at it because that's not how the feds work. They don't like send out a memo like, by the way, we're looking at you. You know, that's not really how they roll. So you hire them to look into this, to do this. They do grand jury testimony. They do all their testing and all of their stuff. They come to all their conclusions. They do grand jury testimony, like federal grand jury testimony based on this. And they have this one little box where all of their stuff fits in. Like, this is what we've done. This is what we were hired to do. This is what we did. This is what we found out. It's all in this little, everything that they've done is based on this box, right? Which it was a very open-ended question. It was basically like, hey, could that car have caused those injuries? And could those injuries have come from that car? So it's a very broad scope. I mean, not very broad scope. It's a very open-ended scope, but it's narrow at the same time. Does that make sense? Like, it's not saying, did she hit him in this specific way and do this? It's like, did she hit him? Can you tell us if this works? So then it's open for them to look at it and say, okay, I think that she could have, or I think that she couldn't have, and this is why, and here's the different ways that we tried it, and this way didn't work, but this way did, or whatever, which none of their ways did. They said, there is no there's nothing about his injuries that are consistent with being hit by a car, and there's the damage to her car is not consistent with being with making contact with him. So all of their stuff is based on that, right? So now once the defense sees that report and they're like, we didn't even know that ARCA was in on this, we didn't know that they had looked at this, we didn't know any of this, but they look at it and they're like, okay, this is what we've been saying. So can we please have the crash daddies come tell the jury this? Because, like, dude, this is what we've been saying all along. The feds are like, yes, you can have them come testify. However, you can't have them do anything outside the scope of what we've already done. At this time, they couldn't for the first trial. Because they've already testified to this. So let's say, okay, now you're like throwing other things in there, like, hey, could you test this? Could you test this? And then they come up with something that, is not something they've already testified to before, not something they've been through the grand jury with, not something that was on their original reports. If you open them up to become now your witness instead of the federal, like the people hired by the feds, it's just two totally different things. So they had them on, like a very limited scope of what they could talk about, what they could say. And it was all just in relation to everything they were hired for by the feds. So once that's over, then the feds are like, all right, go ahead. You can engage them further if you want to, because the defense wanted to originally and they were told they couldn't. So now they're like, okay, no longer under a gag order, go ahead, do your thing. So the defense is like, okay, yes, since we can do that, here's these, crash uncles over here from the prosecution, and now we want y'all to take a look at what they've done and be able to tell us, what you think about this, what works with this, what doesn't, why. Like, they need to be able to look at all of that stuff, look at what they looked at, and give their rebuttal on it, because that's what the defense does, right? The prosecution puts on a prosecution case and then the defense rebuts that. So they have them doing that. So that's normally the end of it, because that's what's expected. So it's not really new information. It's like a rebuttal to what the crash uncles are testifying to. However, Brennan doesn't like that. He wants to have Dr. Welcher come back again and testify for rebuttal about the Crash Daddy's rebuttal, which makes no sense, because the Crash Daddies aren't bringing in all these new, this new breaking information that they weren't expecting. Rebuttal is, I put it in the podcast, like I looked up like the legal stuff for it, exactly what's allowed in and all that. And it's supposed to be for, admissibility kind of depends on stuff that's like, we weren't, expecting this during the case in chief, and now we need to, like, during the defense's case in chief, and now we need to rebut it. That's not the case here. So they're basically bringing them back in to rebut the rebuttal, which makes zero sense. It makes literally zero sense, but it's happening. It's allowed. It's watching some of the attorneys talk about that is, I was like, okay, well, maybe they can explain why it's allowed, because to me, it doesn't look like it should be. And then I watch them and they're like, no, it shouldn't be allowed. So I don't know. It's problematic for the Commonwealth if Brennan is this worried about what ARCA is going to come in and say. That kind of shows you how flimsy their case is, right? Because all ARCA's doing is coming in to be like, no, here's all of our first, our first testing and everything that we had for the first one. And here's what we looked at since then, which is all of the stuff like based on, Dr. Welcher's like conclusions and all that. And so you would think, if this is such a strong case, that Dr. Welcher could just be like, no, I explained it well enough, and this is, my stuff stands, and not have to go do a bunch of testing to try to prove ARCA wrong on their testing against his testing. It's a whole big mess. It's a whole big mess. And it's so, just none of it really. None of it makes any sense, but what do I know? The Crunkles. Do you think this is grounds for appeal if Karen Reed is convicted? It's so hard to say, because there are a couple things that I think could be potentially grounds for appeal, but you just never know. Appeal is it's an uphill battle, and because you have to show that not only was there like a mistake that was made, but that mistake had, an impact on the outcome. Like, if they say, oh yeah, there was this big mistake that was made, but it didn't affect anything, she would have been convicted anyway, or something like that, then, then they can basically just be like, oh, well. So. I feel like if it's Beverly Canoni who would preside over it, she wouldn't grant any appeal. Well, and see, that's the thing is like it would not be her. Thank goodness it would. It would go. The appeals process will go like, up and up and up until there's no way, or no more, not no way, till there's no more ways for them to go about it. Because they'll have, they can find stuff in this specific trial and then they'll ask for that. And then if, like, let's say those are all denied and they're like, everybody's like, all the, higher up courts are like, nope, everything is, how it should be. Then in order to do another appeal, then there would have to be like new evidence or, something else that happened that gives them a reason to file a new appeal. But the appeals process is so long. I agree. There's too much reasonable doubt. I could never convict. Because to convict would be like saying, like, the only reasonable thing that could have happened is what the prosecution is saying. And how much reasonable stuff have they given us up to this point? Can you explain no damage on John's vehicle? They are saying that there's no damage on John's vehicle. He says that Dr. Welcher is saying that if Karen Reed's car would have hit John O'Keefe's car in the driveway when she was backing out, he's saying that there would have been an impact point that was on the bumper or wherever he said it was, and not on the and not on Karen's taillight, and that there would have been damage. Didn't one of the witnesses say that someone was there to fix John's car? So Jen McCabe said that there were a bunch of people at John O'Keefe's house that next day, including, but not limited to, the car repair guy. And we were like, I'm sorry, what? Sorry, what? Yeah, and that's funny because we know that she hit his car. Yeah, you can literally see it on the TV. Just ignore that. Details. Details. I just typed the same thing about the car repairman. Unfortunately, I sent it to my doctor instead of the chat. I bet he's like, what? What? Would backing into a person really break a taillight? I mean, maybe, but not necessarily. I definitely think it could. I think that the problem for me is in order for you to hit somebody hard enough for it to break it, there would have been a lot more damage to him, and there wasn't. So that's where I'm stuck on it. I think that you can absolutely break a taillight by hitting somebody, but they're going to have more than scratches if you do. Yeah, and I think that's where so many of us are stuck, you know? And there's no blood on any of the taillight, you know, there's no blood under the car or on the back of the car. Where did the 3 liters of blood go? That's something that has been a big question all along too, is that, where's all the blood? Especially because if they're going with right now, the Commonwealth is rocking with the theory of the ground being frozen. And if the ground was frozen, where'd the blood go? Because if the ground's frozen, it wouldn't soak into the ground, correct? I still can't believe they expect us to believe that hair stayed on her bumper for that long in a blizzard. That's their story. Somebody just cracked a cold one.
Well, the session, please be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Of course it is.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at .154. Again, from the original data we had, just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what .154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
You need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Also, it's very interesting that he keeps saying Brennan keeps saying like, oh, based on new data that we didn't have. It is not based on new data. It is based on him going through and looking at the data that has already been in existence for months and months and months. This is not new data. And Alessi is objecting to Brennan, like pulling this up, whatever, and Bev just keeps allowing it, but it's not new data.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Why is his
Can
microphone?
you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yeah.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or to position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, jurors? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Here's my problem. Luncheon Recess. If you look at that yard, based on where they said that she parked when they pulled up and then going forward, and all of this has changed. Like, remember she went forward 62 feet and 24.2 miles per hour and then backed up 62 feet. Or no, she went forward 62 feet and then backed up 62 feet. And now we're like, oh, JK, she went forward 34 feet and backed up 53 feet. And it was like, to give such specific data and then change it. How does that even? All right. We're going to take our luncheon recess. And she was at 75% throttle because her wheels were slipping on snow. Without some sort of visual, it's too much. I have a feeling he's going to do one because he did one for the first trigger point. So I have a feeling he's going to do one for this. But please explain to me how both Burgess and Welcher changing their data, and it all aligning now does not equate to confirmation bias. It does. You're just not allowed to say that to anti-bev. So. Okay. Would you like beach cam? I'm going to grab some food and get the thing for my foot and put some lotion on my sunburn and take care of all my ailments from my weekend off. And I'll come back a few minutes early and we can talk about all of it. I have put the stuff in the City Beach spreadsheet. All right, so I'm going to give you beach cam. I'll give you OnlyFans over off to the side though, just so that you can see that it's still going and that all is well in the world. All right. I will be back shortly and we'll go over all of this. Everybody, pocket mode activated, get you some food. I'll be right back. I got to hobble in there. What's up, players? I watched you do it. I still jumped. See? Y'all are just jumpy. I see dead people. One of the creepiest movies ever, right? What are we thinking? How are we feeling? I had to get more caffeine. Oh, were y'all really into it? Can you post a poll on whether we go back to the trial or we keep watching this riveting volleyball game? I mean, if that's more entertaining, we can leave it on. We do have, I have Zoo Crew Cam, but they're kind of scattered right now. So there's not like, let me see if I can remove my water. Move all my things. Like Lucy's like right under me, so she's not in the Zoo Crew Cam. Let me see if I can get, Tinsley's like over there. Yeah, I can't really get her. They're all kind of like camera shy today, apparently. The way that they're, as soon as they come into, maybe I can get Lucy this way. Let me see. See if that works. They're not very, not very cooperative today. Let's see. You can see her a little bit. Not very cooperative today. Okay. Is it a bad look that the prosecution is ending on such a technical note? You know, let's talk about that. I think that a lot of times the last witness for the prosecution is, statistically, it is quite often the lead investigator, right? They bring in the lead investigator to kind of like walk through the entire thing, walk through the evidence, you know, what they did to get to that, you know, conclusion, just walking through the whole thing, tying up all of the evidence that we heard, all of the testimony that we heard, everything that has been presented before that point. They bring in the lead investigator, who is usually kind of like the star witness, to just tie it all together, right? Proctor ain't really star witness material. I think that they were hoping that, or maybe still are hoping, that this witness is going to be able to tie everything into like a nice, neat little bow of like, hey, here's how this happened. Like, ignore all of the bad investigation and solo cups and all that stuff. Like, here's how this happened. And, you know, maybe if they were able to do that, then you could overcome some of the bad investigation stuff. But I think there's just so many issues that unless this is like slam dunk, I just don't know that you're going to be able to use this witness to overcome all that. And so far, he's not doing it for me. The things that he's testified about so far are, okay, he's saying that, you know, the trigger event 1 was the 3-point turn. We spent a lot of time on that. Okay, fine. The trigger event 2 on that key cycle is this backup maneuver. But there's still a lot of questions about it. Like which they're not done. So maybe they're still planning on getting there and we're just not getting there yet. They're cutting, the lawnmower's like right outside my office window. So if it's loud, it'll go away in just a second. I think that he is not great. I think there's 2 problems here. I think one problem is that Brendan is not great at asking questions, and the way that he does ask questions is always very leading. Y'all know how I feel about that. It has been a big, you know, thing I've been annoyed about for a while. But he asked these very leading questions, and which a leading question feeds the answer to the witness. So because he's like feeding the answers to the witness is like giving the answers that he's being fed for the leading questions. And then for the ones that aren't, this guy is just not very easy to follow. And neither is this PowerPoint presentation. One of the things that I do when I'm making my spreadsheets is that I try to take as much information as possible and break it down into bite-sized pieces, right? Because that's the way that most people can interpret the information. That's the way most people can handle it. You don't take a full, you know, 5-course meal and eat it all in one bite. You take like little bits of it, you know, that's the only way you can digest it, right? Same way with information. You can only digest it a little bit at a time. If you are throwing these huge, you know, slides up there with all these different pictures and, oh, look at my watch. That's my watch. That's my Garmin watch. I have my Garmin watch on now. We're focusing on the wrong things. Like, to look at all of it, it is so much. It looks like a high school collage. Like, you remember like in high school when you have like the collage of all the pictures of you and your friends, and like anybody that walks in your high school room like sees that collage of 742 pictures of you and all your best friends, and you know, they might be able to like recognize 1 or 2 pictures in there, or like remember 1 or 2 pictures in there. But overall, it's going to be way too much information for anybody to actually take in. It's the same with this PowerPoint. Like with all of that information all on one slide, it's too much. And it's not doing, the whole point of a PowerPoint presentation is to make everything easy to understand and digestible for the jury. And this ain't it. So I think that that's a problem. The way that Brendan asks questions is a problem. The way that this guy answers questions is a problem. And I think that if they're hoping that this is going to be, you know, the home run testimony, they're not there yet. I don't know that anybody has an issue with having, like, acknowledging that yes, there was a 3-point turn. Like, we know that it's in the in the GPS data. We know that they missed the turn and came back. She said it, you know, in an interview. We know that she came from that direction because we had the testimony that she was turning from that direction, you know, as Brian Nagel and Heather Maxon and Ricky D'Antano were coming from the opposite direction. So nobody argues with that. We spent a lot of time on it, and I get it. Like, you know, he's spending the time on it to show like, hey, look at all this information. We were able to confirm that this is that. Okay, that's fine. But nobody denies that. So now what we need to do is focus on the data for this data. And right now, the data for this has not really shown us a whole lot. So I think that when you have that much data and that many pictures and your fancy watch on the slide. And like, I think we need to be a little bit more aware of what we're focusing on and maybe break it down in a way that explains what you're looking at and why it's important. And I don't think he's done that yet. So also, this is something that this jury wouldn't know, obviously, but my own personal like list of things to be annoyed by. It really bothers me that they had a expert that was here ready to, explain to the jury why they need to convict Karen Reed last year. And that expert said something totally different than this dude. That's a problem for me. If you have the prosecution saying something different than the prosecution said before, that's a problem for me. But, that isn't something that the jury knows. They don't know that Trooper Paul said that she went forward 62 feet and back 62 feet at 24.2 miles per hour. They don't know that. So I don't know. To me, that's a problem. If you have a case that you can prove it. But why you keep changing it? And then John pirouetted. And then also, there's the whole issue of, okay, so now we're going with 34 feet, right? Moving forward 34 feet and then backing up 53 feet. And this is 10 seconds of data, right? Because it records the first, or not the first, it records the 5 seconds before the trigger event and then the 5 seconds after the trigger event. So and not to mention, you literally have this guy giving this presentation with data from Ian Whiffen in there. And he brought up when he brought up his sausage fingers and his Garmin watch, it was all over for me at that point. He is no crash daddy. That is my opinion. That's my opinion. I prefer crash daddies to crash uncles, and that's okay. We all have different preferences. Also, talking about the spinning of the tires, that's kind of ironic too, because how often have we been like, what about the tires spinning? They keep saying, this and this and this. What about the tires spinning? And now they're like, oh yeah, the tires were spinning. We're like, bruh. We've been saying that for 2 years. The crash cousins, the cousins. The cousins. And also, what the heck was that whole thing about how, like, his dad said medical school is not worth it? Like, bro. Come on. I hope that there are like 6 doctors on the stand. Medical school is not worth it. It's a sham. Be a crash uncle instead. Be a crunkle. Who needs to be a doctor when you could be a crunkle? It all went downhill after that for me, personally. trying to connect with the jury, failed. You know who does connect with the jury? Crash daddies when they build a cannon. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. Maybe he just needed luncheon so that he could get his life together. And now he's going to come back refreshed and be able to put all this into a better explanation. I don't know. I don't think you can hit that speed in reverse in only 50 feet. Yeah, and also, and that still gives me questions about where everybody was parked. Because remember, they're saying that Higgins was parked by the mailbox. So every channel I try is biased one way or the other. Yeah, I think at this point, there's one or two things happening. Because bias is different than having made a decision. So I think, oh goodness, I just kicked my desk with my good foot, don't worry. I think that most of us who have gone through this for so long have pretty much made a decision as far as one thing or another. Not necessarily like I have not made a decision on exactly what I think happened. I have made a decision on this prosecution and this, the police involved in this case and the witnesses involved in this case. I have made plenty of decisions based on them. I think it's going to be at this point really hard to find anybody, at least anybody who's been covering this for a while, who has not formed opinions on those types of things, But having formed an opinion based on all the things that you've seen is different than bias. And there are some channels that, and just people in general, that I think are biased. But keep in mind, bias is like considered like unfairly prejudiced. Bias means like, you're not basing it on facts or information that you've been given. You're basing it on some other thing. Like there are some people who are only prosecution no matter what. Only prosecution no matter what. There are some people who are like always, like defense no matter what. I am very much like, reasonable doubt until you change my mind. And there has been nothing at this point that has been able to change my mind on reasonable doubt. There has been plenty that have, plenty of things that have happened that have like added to the reasonable doubt in my mind, but nothing that has been able to take it away. So I think that having people that have made up their mind one way or another it's going to be hard not to find that. But I do recommend listening to both sides, people who think one thing or the other, both sides, but not against bias. People who've made their mind based on actual information and not just, I don't like that she wears tall boots to court. That kind of stuff is the stuff that I don't like. It's always good to hear people who are very strong in their opinions on different sides. That's always interesting.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, here we go. Are they going to be able to bring it home?
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel is slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse past its initial starting position and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute,
That was a hot mic.
and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was
Oh boy.
34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide.
He's saying that he is still going back at 76% throttle. Is that what it was?
I believe it's slide 25.
So
And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Okay. Now, turning to your study of these text stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the text stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those two triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between those two triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Do you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Alessi, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
Sir,
end
I
of
now
the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
He knows that.
At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
At least he admits it.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these 2 spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring this all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done it.
Have you done a good job? All of you that are like, what the heck is happening right now? This has nothing to do with hitting John O'Keefe. All of this is all to try to go over the information or the theory from the defense about Karen Reed backing into John O'Keefe's car in the driveway and that being potentially how she cracked her taillight. So all of this is about that.
Adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it. So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here. 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something.
Oh, great. Everybody go hit your neighbor's car in the parking lot and let me know how it goes. Just joking, don't do that.
So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
He said, oh, boy.
I don't know what happened this time.
Huh, maybe I deleted the wrong slide. Huh. Would you look at that?
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did.
Did
I
you
considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022.
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
This is the part I need to hear.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow. Elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition, the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall Grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. And sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the...
See how he does that? See how he feeds the question? He knows it's a leading question, but he wants to get a specific answer. So he leads the question. There's an objection. Of course, it's sustained. But now the witness knows what he's supposed to say.
person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. No.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
You literally said we don't have enough information.
So slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact stuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll show this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Rhonda, can you approach, please?
Yes.
Bruh. One of the reporters in the room said that Alessi is sitting there kind of like swiveling back and forth in the chair and looking at the witness, and it looked like he kind of had a smile on his face. Alessi, not the witness. I'm going to scream. I'm going to do it. Jen, Jen, Jen. There's me again. That's me. See me? That's me. There's my watch. There's my shoes. There's my new haircut. I've lost weight since then. Can you see? I can't imagine John would let her hit him. For her to go forward as much as they said she went forward and then come back as much as they're saying she came back. And John's like super athletic and stuff. So I feel like instincts kick in with stuff like that, and you move. Like, have you ever like, for those of you who played sports, like there are certain things, like somebody throws something at you or somebody, comes after you or whatever. I don't know. There are just certain instincts that kick in. And I think moving out of the way from a car that's coming directly towards you would be one of them. But what do I know? Sebro says it didn't cause him to take a step back. He took it. Bet he has bruises after that. That's one of the things that still, okay, saying that you're close to the same height as John O'Keefe. Okay, fine. So if you hold your arm like this, it could be close to, it could like be near the taillight. Okay, fine. But that's not the problem that we're having. That's not like I feel like we're still spending a lot of time trying to prove the little things that nobody's really arguing about. I feel like the things that we all have questions on, the things that we need to understand, are not the things that they're spending so much time arguing on. And I feel like, okay, if you're if you're going to get there, let's get there. Let's get to that point because, you know, putting paint on your arm to show that your arm is near the taillight, like nobody argues with that part. Like we've all seen the size of the car. What I need to know is how that car can hit him hard enough to break a whole taillight, but not enough to break his arm. Or not enough to do anything but scratch his arm. Or I'm sorry, his forearm or his whatever little medical lesson we just got, even though he says medical lesson isn't worth it. His own words, we don't have enough info. Look, I put that in my notes and I put it highlighted and bold and everything because like literally that's what you're saying right now. Claudia said he literally turned. It's kind of like, you know how basketball players will flop to get the foul called. That's what. But okay. Who's embarrassed this time? Just like with Trooper. I wonder if Trooper Paul's at home watching like, y'all miss me now? Just joking. Trooper Paul's staying away from this. These reenactments are almost as cringy as Yuri reading the text. Alessi is listening to his hype music right now. Oh my gosh, I can just picture Alessi like coming, like, you know how like the fighters will come in with their music and like they have everybody behind them. I can picture him like, they should totally, well, no, I guess they shouldn't be allowed to do that after. I mean, it is a actual formal trial after all, but sometimes that would be great to see. And also, I would love like if the experts could do, instead of having to like one testify and then later on one testify, I would love if they had them up there like a spelling bee or like a mathletes, you know, like where they have like a debate style, you know, where they're both up there and you ask questions and then they have to like debate it. That would be so much better. I think he said he's like.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysing.
Let's do a poll.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that's slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
But no, nothing
Did
on
you
his hip.
describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
With the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops.
So that one little bitty bruise on the.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable
My
degree of
car is-
engineering
will
certainty
be- Okay.
about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the text stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, in the roadway up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to Sidebah, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
But there's also no.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain
on
to us
his
what that
hand
is?
From,
Sure. So at the bottom,
I don't know.
it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. the lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I move to strike that.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike,
Removed from the screen.
yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it out of the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Steve.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. It looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
So here's, okay. Remember when there was all of the conversation about how in the pre-trial stuff, when Alessi was like, yeah, he was talking about, the witness testimony and this and this and this in his slideshow, and all of these things are like, it's contested testimony too. It's not even just like things that everybody agrees on. It's stuff that people don't agree on. And he's using that in his stuff. Remember how all of that was an issue? This is why. This is the perfect example about why. Because some of the things that he's going over right now, it seems to me, let me know if y'all think differently. To me, it seems like he's trying to make those things work in what he's doing here. And remember when Alessi was like, asked the other one, Shannon Burgess, if he knows what confirmation bias is. And now here we are with the other Aperture witness. And it, to me, is coming across as, once again, confirmation bias. Because look at the things that he's trying to make happen. He's not doing like what and here's the difference with him and the crash daddies. Crash daddies are seeing, could this have happened? Could this not have happened? What is the science behind determining whether or not this could happen? That's not what he's doing. He's trying to make this happen. And it's two very different perspectives on how they went about this. And to me, that makes what the crash daddies testified to so much more believable. Because as much as this guy says, I don't have a dog in this fight, you kind of do. Because crash daddies are getting paid by the feds regardless. They don't know anything about the case. They could care less. They're there to just do their job for the feds. This guy, I'm not questioning. I'm not saying like, oh, they're paying him to come up with this. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is it is not the same when you are hired by the prosecution and paid a ton of money to do this he's literally showing you right now everything he did to try to prove that the prosecution.
Mr. Lessie, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute, okay?
Yeah.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes, right.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Welcher, on the headings evidence, the Lexus and John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Following the next number 5.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be removed.
So talk in court still in session.
And we're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all I'm saying. And I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be waiting for.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
It's starting out 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
It looks like
Your Honor?
Yes.
there were
And
redactions.
123 is a blank slide.
Okay.
There were redactions
from-
that were supposed to be made, and it looks like maybe they weren't.
That it is. Thank you.
Yep. You want
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking out what it is. I'm just going to-
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes. and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
So are the slides that were supposed to be redacted not actually redacted?
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan on 124. Mr. Brennan, I approach you. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chrissy.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. One moment is this right here.
That's fine.
That's cool.
You can confirm with Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan, give me permission to confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher,
Yes, sir.
please turn to slide 137.
So organized. This is great. Everything's fine. Everything's going great.
For that opportunity.
No, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't
didn't strike us. We struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm annoyed. They're trying to get their life together. Look, the thing that's frustrating me about this is that with all of this, he put the effort he put the most into was Karen's car backing into John O'Keefe's car. That's what he put the most effort into. That's not the part that I need the most information on.
May I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I've redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Leslie, from here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of it. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
Okay, thank
He brought his
Actually, I
own
can't find my-
printer.
you. Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that.
Please be seated, court is in session.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop tests. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Oh, boy.
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is it's crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain?
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature,
My Garmin watch.
my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
Rather than,
I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question. So I'm here to reference some data.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay, doke.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews,
Later.
Study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Ms. Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to an
I can answer.
Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm going to strike that. I want to see Counsel Zabak just.
He can't say that. The thing is, okay, he sat there. The DNA thing is bullshit. Let's be sorry. The DNA thing is BS because you just any little part of me that wanted to take your finger painting experiment seriously, you just kicked it out the door by doing two things you shouldn't have done. Number one, bringing up the DNA, because the DNA is the stupidest piece of evidence. There's what about the other two? So did she hit two other people as well? Because there's two other profiles on there that we don't know. So did she hit three people? Are there two other phantom people? Is one of them Chloe? Do we know anything? No, there are two people that are also on that DNA. Bringing up the DNA is the stupidest thing you could have done at the there's stupider things like more finger painting, but whatever. That one is this, like, that's not basis for how any of this works. That's not basis for every single person who has any common sense, every single expert, every single person who doesn't just want to give Brennan what he's asking for can tell you, every single one can tell you the DNA that was found on the taillight was found on the exterior of the taillight. We heard her say that. We heard Maureen Hartnett say that. It was on the exterior of the taillight, the part that would have been exposed when it was intact. And there were two other profiles saying, oh yeah, based on the totality of evidence and the DNA. That is so misleading, because when you say DNA, what that jury thinks about is they're thinking CSI stuff, right? They're sitting there thinking like, oh, DNA, that's nothing lies about DNA. It's misleading, and it's intentionally misleading. And that's why this is BS, because that wasn't just like oh yeah, based on the DNA. Because if you actually were basing anything on DNA, you'd know that you can only base throwing it in the damn trash can, because it literally has nothing to do with anything. It was so misleading, and he did it at the very end, and he does it. That's such a Brennan move. That's such a Brennan move. And it was Brennan's witness. It wasn't Brennan this time. It was Brennan's witness. But that was misleading, because throwing in DNA as if that's like the CSI type of DNA that like proves everything is BS. That DNA was on the exterior along with two other profiles that we don't know. That was misleading, and it was intentionally misleading, probably because he's embarrassed about his finger painting. That's number one. Number two, you can't get up there and say, oh yeah, that's definitely what happened, when everything that you just said before that is like, oh, well, we don't know this. We don't know this. We don't know this. Well, we can't say how this happened because we don't have that information. You literally have been up there this whole time, bro, saying we don't have enough information for all this. You can't get up there now and say, yep, it definitely happened. Definitely happened. No, that's not, no. Yeah, I don't know how he was hit or how he was standing or what he was doing or what. I don't know any of that. I can't tell you any of that, but I know it happened. Yep, too many factors. We don't have enough information, but I know it happened. You can't do that. That's not an expert. Do you know why experts who are like the real experts will say, you know, they can give their opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty or whatever, medical certainty, whatever the thing is. Do you know why they say that? Because they know that they can tell you what they are convinced of to a medical degree of scientific certainty, or a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, or a reasonable degree of medical certainty. They can tell you what their opinion is, but they still make sure to say that it is their opinion based on everything that they looked at to a reasonable degree of scientific or medical certainty. And the reason that they do that is because that is what a good expert does. A good expert does not get up there and say, I can't tell you this or this or this, but yeah, it totally happened. That's totally how it happened. That's not how it happens. Dr. Russell, perfect example. When Brennan was going after her so hard and being so disrespectful to her, she was like, and he was like, you saying that this is an opinion and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yeah, it's an opinion. That's all you can give as an expert. I have 742 years of experience that I'm basing this opinion on. But yes, all I can give you is an opinion because as an expert, that is what is responsible for me to give you. I can't get up here and tell you it absolutely happened this way. And with him saying, oh, I don't know any of this information. We don't have enough. He literally said we don't have enough information and then gets up there and it's like, yep, that's how it happened. That's what happened. Bruh, based on what? On DNA? That's misleading. That's BS. To throw the DNA in there is infuriating because I don't like misleading information. It really is giving Trooper Paul. It really is giving Trooper Paul. It just did. It just did. The crime scene spoke to me. I'm about to put Lucy in timeout because I'm mad. Lucy, you're in trouble. She don't care. She don't care. But also this is like kind of the reason why I feel like he's had issues with his stuff being reliable in trials before. You know, because it's like we know what that, oh God, I'm annoyed. I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. You can fully expect a rant in the podcast episode about that moment.
Dr. Welcher, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to stay in this any longer. I want to let you guys go, okay? So, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, we're starting an hour late tomorrow, is that what this is?
Yes.
No.
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I forgot about this. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
starting an hour late tomorrow. I'm gonna see if they come back or if they're.
Pack all this up. It's okay. I mean, I can come in early. I came in early this morning and set up.
Welcome. I mean, we don't really want it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
Should Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So just
equipment.
leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right.
Mm.
Yes, please.
Apparently they're going.
All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific evidence or certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time we could. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Alessi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of—
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no—
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think is February of 2024, that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right. So I'll see you in the morning.
All right. So please.
I'm reading most of our official stats for the day. One witness. It feels like so many more, doesn't it? Sidebahs, long sidebahs. 6, 29 objections. How is any of this allowed? So many misspoken evidence. Too often to count. He did say he misspoke like about 11 times. You know, and 23 gallons of paint. $23 gallons of finger paint. You know, I look forward to your updated crash out video with today's rant, Taste the Biscuit, and Screaming Goat. Yes, it's coming. It's coming. Or, you know, just said the same thing I did about how you can't say that. You're an expert. You can't say that. Wild. Wild. I just feel like hi, babe. Almost. I just feel like if this were about what's right and doing things the proper way, we wouldn't have all of this nonsense happening. And what makes me so frustrated is if you have a case to prove, get up there and prove it. If you don't, give what you can give, but don't try to be sneaky about stuff. And that's what frustrates me because Brennan is like the sneakiest. And that move that expert just pulled at the end there was such a Brennan move. He stated, and that's the thing is like you can give your expert opinion. That's something you can do. You cannot get up there and say, well, yeah, we don't know this or this or this, and we don't have enough information for this or this or this, but yeah, it totally happened. You can't do that. You can't do that. So wild. But that's it for today. That is it for today. I will get the top moments ready. They say we're going to be an hour late tomorrow. 10 a.m. tomorrow. It was a lot coming off of a holiday, wasn't it? They did not prepare us for this. They did not prepare us for this. All right. Well, that's it. I will have a, what's Jackson call it? A full-throated recap for the day. The end of the day is all that will be in that recap video. There will also be finger paint, I assure you. All right, y'all. I'll get all that together. I will get we'll get that out as soon as we can. I appreciate you all hanging out. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit it on the way out. I will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Today ended up being basically an unintentional half day. Tomorrow we're starting late. I think Thursday we have a half day. We're going to be done by Christmas. So there's that. I appreciate all of you for hanging out. I could not make it through some of this stuff without y'all. Definitely could not. See you tomorrow, players. I will see y'all bright and early around brunch time tomorrow. Oh yeah, but we're totally on schedule. We are totally we're ahead of schedule, jurors. Don't worry. We're ahead of schedule. But also we just leave all the time and take really long sidebars and lunches and keep having half days and no days but we're totally ahead of schedule. Don't worry. All right. I love you all so much. I will see you tomorrow.